be underway. Essentially our halfway point of the 5 matches we'll be spectating here today. I saw something rather interesting. Our skill already making the call out like, hey, Malabuka and them, it's going to be our turn to take over that night shift forest. So curious to see how that's actually going to play out for them, because as our analyst pointed out, they're not going to be the only team that might be looking to shake things up a bit with where they're landing.
Yeah, I don't know. I was talking about this last game because I don't see a lot where people kind of like pre-fire the call. You know, like if this trio quals, I'm going to land here. And it looks like Toos, Chamoki, and Sure are still going to have the same action that they've had in the previous groups though. So hopefully this time around they can continue kind of staying up.
Yeah, I think it's just, it seems when they have a familiarity with where they are landing, they might not necessarily want to immediately jump ship to a new spot altogether, just because they know, like, hey, there might be other people looking to have the same idea as us. But sometimes you just got to mix things up a little bit, and I think that was the case for ArtSkill's team. They want to see whether or not things are going to shape up better for them. This fight, though, taking place consistently at the Kappa Kappa factory, it hasn't really been a super net positive for either of these trios involved, largely because of the fact that we've just been seeing consistent third-party action out of Refscar's team.
That's the issue. Like, one thing is to lock in and focus on these early game engagements, right? It's about, you know, I've talked about it before, claiming space, looting efficiently, all these things. But when you're in set lobbies, you have all the other trios surrounding these players, keeping their eyes on the feed. If they see one of the players get knocked, especially one or two from each trio, and have a, you know, good idea that they will have the advantage if they third party, they're just waiting for that to happen. So either you got to finish these fights really quickly or leave with a less amount of loot. So it just makes it quite difficult as we head on over once again to Ice, Vox, and Snazy, who have been playing incredibly consistent throughout the day.
Yeah, you talk about fast time to eliminations, and that looked about as quick as you can get. Unfortunately, though, this is looking like it might be onto Hen's team, who's currently suffering, getting chased down by the likes of Snazy, Vox, and Icy. Orasa, a singular representative of that bear army, but currently wishing that he had a little bit more firepower to work with. It does seem like it's been enough, though, to just have some slight pushback, a little bit of time to breathe. Although I don't anticipate that Snazy, Vox, and Icy are going to let this one go anytime soon. It might just be that they scouted out Howley in the distance that caused them to shift their focus.
Only time will tell. What I like about Mongol Savage Panzer is you can kind of tell how much prep they did in terms of each of them having their own role here in the early game, whether it be farming metal, whether it be pre-building your surge bases on an elevated mountain. And it all depends too on what kind of zones you end up pulling. If it's going to come towards you, you have to rotate away. There's so much work that these pro players put in just leading up to the events that it's truly impressive as we head back over to the engagement we were talking about not too long ago. Taco, are they really going to let it go? Or are they not? As we can see, Snazy and his trio continuing to kind of walk along the side.
This is a new team entirely that they're currently trying to catch themselves off guard against. Is Snaz looking for a long shot Void TP just to set up, establish a different angle. His teammates can pressure from the front side there, and he'll just look for that side flank. Another trio though, and I think the biggest problem as far as the play-ins were concerned for Thomas, Prodoxy, and Tripper, and I think that it's just been tough for them to re-establish their identity as a trio, especially with how much they've had to kind of shift their game plans as a response towards changes that they've been witnessing at their POIs.
Yeah, I mean, this is the only group where we've had an uncontested box cards, though, to be fair.
This is crazy.
But look at this. Twy, Jake, our Halo just kind of on the pursuit right now in the water, looking like Olympic swimmers as they continue to chase down this solo. I'm thinking though, they don't have any eliminations. Where did they find this player?
I don't know where this started, but the fact that we've even gotten to this stage, Takata, is insanity. Both of these trios setting themselves up to be third party if they're not careful, rolling in from that soccer stadium area. We saw Moneymaker's team having taken notice of them, and not the only trios looking to kind of shake things around. Vico, Veno, Flixie, Cammy, Seti, Shari, some big firing power in both, and clashing head on this early outside of Brutal Boxcars.
That's not good, Taco. That is not good for our trio, Cammy, Seti, and Cherry, that was 7th place going into this match at 84 points. They were doing so well in terms of consistency, but having a match like that where you get potentially 0 points if they didn't have any eliminations, it's going to drop them down quite a bit on the leaderboard, and they're going to have to put on a performance for the last 2 matches today. But it's definitely possible, and if a trio is going to do it, it's going to be Cammy, Seti, Cherry.
Almost makes you wonder if this is one of those circumstances where Veno, Vico, and Flixie, it's not going to be that it's like conflicting for them by any means to take out Seti, Cammy, and Shari, but more so holding down that mid-map position could be a big part of the reason why they would just want to try and set themselves up early for that Shogun's Arena. Veno even probably just hungry to get that victory royale already.
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing so well, constantly playing aggressive towards the high ground. And, I mean, it's led to them being, what, the most consistent trio today that has yet to get a VR, so... I mean, I'm pretty sure, almost guaranteed that they're going to qualify through consistency at least, but I want to see VR. I want to see VR from Flixie. And as we look over to Shimoki here, and Toos actually, they're doing a full corner map rotate and still have the fishing rods too. This is interesting.
They're going to have to fish at this point. They are just so far out in no man's land. And with 0 eliminations, that's not to say that it's impossible for their, you know, surge damage to be steady or at a level that they'd prefer, but something tells me that those early engagements that they got caught up in, Takata, has just completely thrown them for a loop in this lobby, and they're just looking to try and play the recovery tour now.
Yeah, I mean, normally though, when you don't have a lot of damage, you don't want to take that fully uncongested side because you're just not going to see trios. You will conserve shields and mats from not getting shot at, but sometimes you want to see trios, right? You want openings for damage, so I'm wondering how much they've secured so far. But as we look back on Moneymaker, Gooden, and Clown, quite a few trios in the surrounding area, so they will have options for tags, seeing that they don't have a single elimination yet.
Night Shift 4 is definitely picking up a little bit bigger population size than what some of these other teams in the area might feel comfortable once they take notice of it. Kyriak, Voltiax, and Cool though, just hanging around, rotating through the sides of Pump Power and coming in from such an elevated position. They'll be able to spot out teams that are looking to also try and make that dead side rotating. Comeback, Mixon, Blaha sitting tight because they know they've got a team right next to them. And I'm not even sold that this is a fully we have to be stealthy maneuver. How long they've been waiting inside this building though, Takata, that's the real question.
Well, what I do know is the aggression is going to come through, and this looks not like a soft fight. It looks like a full-on all or nothing. Mixon gets knocked down. On the contrary, though, they do take out. Sure, a 2 versus 2 is going to continue to play out as Comeback has been cracked. Blaha helping, almost taking out Toos, gets him. Now the 2v1. It's all up to Shimoki here.
It's definitely a dire situation that Shimoki has been placed into. And it's not even one that he can feasibly escape from. He can hope that he gets this revive while the double revive is happening. But it's just so much longer in comparison to that double revive. Still find success though. So Toos is brought back into the mix, but a couple of small fry and Comeback just continuing to try and apply some pressure here. Toos though doing a good job at just being able to bail out.
Oh.
Blaha turned
No
upon
way.
immediately. And what looked like such a favorable situation, it's now still in Shimoki's court to potentially close this one out.
1v1 is what it's looking like, but the third party comes through. An absolute beam as now both trios are on the losing end. Mixin trying to get out, as it looks like Maffy here is just gonna kind of clean up all the extra loot.
Even crazier still, though. You can see teams off in the distance. Fredoxy kind of spotted out by his lonesome, wondering where the rest of his teammates are at. Clownski, Moneymaker, stuck in a little bit of a skirmish with Savage, Mongrel, and Panzer. And I know for a lot of people watching, this is obviously going to be a long-standing fan favorite team here with Mongrel and Mr. Savage, but it has been impressive to see the way that they have essentially played coming out of Bird, because we've seen them be uncon there before and still have issues with qualing to various events and things like that. And I think part of that was just because of the fact that it was so easy initially for other teams to essentially third-party them from that POI, since it is in a lower elevation area, so teams play the mountain ranges, kind of take advantage of shooting into them and rolling up on them last minute. But they seem very prepared today.
Yeah, I mean, even the last match, I think it was Savage that was left alone for quite a significant amount of time, clutching out those last points. So it has been an issue within, you know, teams that he's played with. They just have trouble staying all up together. But hopefully this time around, if in these last matches they can power through as a trio, I can see them definitely continuing on that kind of route to qualify through consistency.
Tripper and kind of still hanging out over by Brutal Boxcars. But for right now, it's all about Michael, Jakey, and ADN. Just trying to get some various tags into teams across the way over by Lost Lake. I also like this mentality from ADN, just fish while you can. It's going to be a lot harder to find opportunities for this once that endgame starts to take place. Just so much chaos and teams kind of rolling over into your box.
Wait a minute. I think Flixie has just been knocked down up on Shogun's Arena, now causing Arc and his trio to potentially play a bit more aggressive. They go for the double res. Will it be enough time? As one player is holding the bills, the other is resing, and now it looks like Flixie has been brought up, but they've had a lot of situations, Taco, where it kind of gets a little too close for comfort here.
Actal revive is so quick, though, and Vico, Veno, they might have just been more upset by the fact that they're being contested currently on Shogun's Arena than anything else. Still willing to try and just tackle this boss up here. Zero consideration for the trio that they were just dealing with. In fact, it doesn't even look like that team is stuck around. Takata, they knew the last thing that they wanted to do was try and take that fight. The moment that the successful double revive happened, that was what really sealed the deal on Arc just deciding, okay, we're better off leaving.
You can see the aura that Vico, Flixie, and Veno kind of have, right? Normally when you get a knock, you're like, all right, what trios? Let's just pre-edit, go right into their box, right? But now, you know, you see they kind of give them time, let them revive, and you're like, okay, yeah, we're going to run away now. Fair enough, though. I'd do the same thing, to be fair. I'd be out of there, so good news for Vico, Veno, Flixie. They did take down the boss. They got that Shogun's medallion, so Veno will be invisible while sprinting, which is going to be huge for the late game, especially if he has to clutch it out. I'm excited to see if they can kind of use this Rift Island now to get tags on opposing trios, and even if they pull zone, maybe use it to their advantage for height.
Yeah, Vico's punishment from last game doesn't get that same medallion priority. Veno's going to take it since Vico found himself eliminated first. I'm not going to say that that's the actual reasoning, but it would be kind of funny to think about. Still, knowing that that team is in control of that Invis medallion, Takata could really pose some serious threat to teams that are trying to play more passively in those mid-ground layers, because Veno, Vico, Flixie, that's an area that they like to kind of play out of right before they look to make their high takes.
Yeah, it kind of depends on how these zones do end up closing, but I'm excited to see how it plays out as players continue fishing, getting spare shield fish so they can use to kind of lose a bit of HP for tags if needed. As we're back to Thomas HD, Fred, and Trip. I want to see a big game from this trio here. Looking at the materials they have, the loadout they have, now looking incredibly healthy. It's just about kind of damage at this point. I want to see them get a strong late game. They already have one elimination in a good position in zone, to be fair, so I got high hopes here, Taco.
I mean, they want to see themselves with a big game also. They have... It's been odd. Again, I know that this team has had to do a lot of last-minute adjustments, but when you think about the veterancy that's represented from this trio and the fact that, you know, Levin made a great point on the dash, Thomas, he's kind of been leading the way as far as like stats and numbers are concerned. Top of the board there from Thomas consistently. So a big performance would definitely go a long way here, especially considering how they just scraped by to be in this group in the first place off that play-ins performance.
Yeah, I mean, we know Thomas's history. I'll bring out more about it if we see him later on in this match. Hopefully looking to close it out, but Blaha, on the other hand, is not in the best of positions, you could say. Good news is he does have his full trio. Bad news is he's gonna have to take time to pop this med kit while his teammates look for damage on the teams kind of taking shots at him. They've also used quite a lot of metal to kind of not get focused here, and they do have to rotate anyways, so hopefully they can at least make use of this base to do a bit of damage. 34 above now.
Couldn't have come at a better time either. Those shots from Maha, but they're not out of the thick of it just yet. Mixon even gonna look to try and take out this tree just to open up even further line of sight. Unfortunately though, the damage numbers just continue to slip away from them and against their favor. Artist not safe inside of the bush though. Blaha one more time, saving grace for his team, but it's so little damage above the threshold. Almost immediately they dip right back below.
Yeah, and they're walking to a side of zone where I don't know how many angles they're going to have on opposing trios other than the ones directly behind them. It's going to be their only option here to shoot back, so they need to connect these shots. 68 players up in the 6th zone. This is just going to be a tough rotate overall.
Especially considering that they have already used practically all of their core materials. I mean, still enough split both ways between Mixon, right? But Comeback, unfortunately, gonna get taken out. That surge threshold just so problematic, especially when you're dealing with teams that are taking notice of your team being under so much stress. Unfortunately, it's gonna leave Mixon and Blaha to try and close this one out as a duo at 205 below now. The jumps just keep getting bigger and bigger. And yet, Blaha, Mixon, they just don't feel comfortable quite yet exposing their position and looking for some tags.
Yeah, bad news is they've got 9 players needed to get eliminated. I was gonna say good news is they've got a few seconds to get tags, but it's literally a few seconds now as Storm Surge will eventually start taking here. But yeah, Blaha Mixon at this point, it's go for a third party, go for a pre-edit somewhere. Like, you're not going to get enough damage here just kind of shooting the players. So I don't really know.
I don't know exactly what time I'm coming back.
Yeah, the intent there was definitely to look for a third party up against Mumsy's trio. It's just not going to come to fruition here. The final med kit being used now. This might just be the beginning of the end. Mixon even. It's not going to be Surge, but it might as well have been, because Skyjump and them just immediately pounce. Clean elimination. Now is going to draw more attention towards Blaha. Skyjump. Shakos just continuing to aggress into these walls here. Blaha buying himself a little bit of time, but again, Takata, just how much is really enough here for Blaha's circumstance?
You could like sneeze on Blaha and eliminate him right now with the amount of HP he has. 2 trios in the surrounding areas. 2 HP on the dot. 334 below. I don't know if Blaha ends up coming out of this and ending victorious. That's gonna be
He's
history,
winning the
but
game.
if he wins the game, I'm gone. I'll leave right now. I'll just stand
Oh
up.
no, Mongrel.
Mongrel gets eliminated. Savage and Panzer left as a duo. Once again, not a full trio form for this late game. Something they consistently run into, but hopefully they can at least clutch out a few points to maintain their spot on the leaderboard.
These teams are just getting shredded though, trying to make their way up the elevation, this slight cliff face here, and teams that were already on height. We saw Asa as well getting beamed, eliminated in the process, and a good chunk of those teams on the low ground kind of struggling to stay just above that damage threshold territory. Takata, Mr. Savage and Panzer, they can definitely feel the pressure rising here. Blaha will be taken out by that surge tick as Veno, Vico, Flixie, a much healthier team in comparison to the rest, and they're going to take full advantage of it by just getting primo positioning.
Yeah, when you're this healthy, you can get yourself close to zone, and even if you want, pre-fire some Oni masks into where the storm currently is, as now in just a few seconds, it's going to be zone that you can go on into. Good news is now they can just look back, take shots at everybody that's going to be rotating in. Thomas HD, Trip, and Ferdoxy are continuing to look quite healthy throughout this match. As now, for the players that aren't so fortunate, like the ones on the other end of the door of Veno, Flixie, Vico, it's going to be another elim on the board, already at 6, and the end game hasn't even started.
Yeah, QB tried his best, but it is an unfortunate trio to encounter Vico, Veno, and Flixie when they are on such a rampage. Vico, though, teleported up to height, but definitely paid a pretty significant price there.
Oh.
Good amount of shields to recover it, but they've got to watch their floors currently. Teams underneath them looking to try and see if they can chop them out, catch them off guard, and look for a knocker elimination.
Yeah, lost the water sprite to that. That's not only a good item, obviously, to replenish shield, but also if you want to try and retake height later in the game, you can kind of tank storm with that water sprite and then look for a back of the zone height retake. But now running lower and lower on shields. We'll see what they end up choosing, as 9th zone will start pulling here shortly.
This is the team, though. Rickboard, Zato, we saw them briefly attempting to challenge Vico, Veno, and Flixie on the top of Shogun's arena, but it looks like that disengage has slightly worked out for them. Unfortunately, though, that material count looking a little bit too low to actually try and consistently control height. All the while, Thomas HD from the low ground might be set off into a blind TP here. Could be in danger still. But as long as he's able to reunite with the rest of his team, he's going to be set for the time being.
Look at this, though. Savage, Panzer, they've played this whole endgame now out as a duo. We'll see how far they're able to go as they run lower and lower on materials. Only 11 builds left for Mr. Savage here. Going to be forced to play a bit more of the backside of zone, use those Oni masks to try and get ahead, as Vico, Veno, and Flixie are looking still incredibly healthy enough to make a high ground retake here shortly.
They are just so committed to staying about 1 or 2 layers above the low ground, fully tarping out so many of these boxes being claimed by them that they're going to be able to look for height soon enough here. Mr. Savage, though, will no longer be a part of this lobby. It's exclusively down to Panzer to get some big placement points for that trio. As now, Rickboard, they've been chopped successfully. Veno spotted his moment. It's only a matter of time. Vico even going to teleport up because he knows his IGL is already making way on the high ground.
Not only that, they got a knock from the chop. One of the players either didn't have an Oni mask or just didn't place it before they were chopped down, as now it's a basically free high ground for Vico, Veno, and Flixie. With the amount of materials they have, the amount of ammunition, shields, it looks like if they just play this by the books, they can close it out, as Trip has been left as a solo now. Thomas HD, Fred got taken out, as now Trip has no materials to work with. Either goes down.
The biggest threat currently towards Vico, Veno, and Flixie from closing this one out is encountering other fully intact trios. That's why they're trying to play some disruptive factors here towards the low ground. But Veno, with that Shogun's medallion, just kind of diving every which way. Twy not going to stand a chance here. He'll be the first one to get knocked. Ovalo going to be next there from Vico. as now Jake Buka trying to do what he can to escape, but it's no good. Vico's got him in his sights.
I'm looking at this trio. They're looking absolutely electric. Don't feed the beasts. They're hungry for eliminations. They're looking for more. But you got to be careful. Flixie has almost gone down. Gonna have to take a pause, recuperate that HP before they take the final battle. Might be against Della, Refsguard, and Focus.
But Della just ate a massive chunk out of his shields. He's not healthy enough to continue this exchange. They're trying to just fully commit to the low ground play to make it where you can and hope that Veno doesn't spot them out anytime soon. But Veno, all he wants, all he needs is just a good connection shot off of the pump. Just wants to be as disruptive as possible towards the low ground. France still represented currently, though, with Skygem down below.
Quite a lot of trios playing it out, but now the battle of low ground comes through. Perfect opportunity for high ground to come on in, say hello. Shake off now, deciding to play Edge of Storm here, trying to find an angle, a potential connection, but it's Flixie from the backside is gonna get that knock, as now Momsy's gonna fall shortly after, and it looks like it's a quick cleanup for Veno, Vico, and Flixie, but I don't want to speak too soon as Flixie goes down. Veno now left alone alongside Vico. It's looking like a 2 versus 1. This could go either way.
But this should be Veno. Veno wants it so badly. Momsy gonna try and prevent him from connecting the shot. The mantle up turns against Veno, but Momsy can't face off with the big Vico, as Vico ensures that Veno himself and Flixie get this victory royale. That was a dicey ending though, Takada.
I was on the edge of my seat watching Vico, Veno, Flixie play that out after player going down to the last 1v1. Luckily enough, though, Vico was able to connect his shots and take home that victory royale to book themselves a golden ticket to the FNCS Major Finals.
It's just the way that they ran in one after the other. For a moment, it looked like Momsy might actually be able to do it. But that is just the kind of backup firepower that Vico, Veno, and Flixie all entrust each other with. They knew from the moment that they took high ground that it was just going to come down to exclusively timing their engagements.
Yeah, and I mean, Momsy and his trio, they were not too high on the consistency leaderboard. They were making their way up there, but now with that second place position, they're going to be healthier than ever. So let's head right back over to Frankie Levin Mini for them to break it down.
Thank you so much. And Takata, you're absolutely right. Our French trio, they were in 10th position going into this game number 3, but now they're surely going to be looking higher. We'll be talking about that after the break. But right now, we have got to say sayonara to Veno, Vico, and Flixie because they booked their spot in the Major 1 finals next weekend. They are inevitable, and the writing was on the wall really from game number 1. Vico was absolutely on fire, and Levin, it's only fitting that he took that victory royale.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think the key there was actually the switch up. We saw practically the exact same play in terms of going for the height take. You saw them sort of chopping things out. And in this game, instead of Vico being the one with the medallion, it was Veno. And I think it makes more sense. When I've spoken to these guys about that in the past, right, Vico feels more comfortable without it. And he'd rather Veno has it. And I think Veno's a better player with it. If you know Veno's playstyle, he's a bit more of that lurker style, right? He enjoys lurking, catching people out, finding good timings. And so a medallion that allows him to be invisible is just like busted, right? So yeah, I think that combination worked better. I will say, as much as they are inevitable, once they took height, it felt like no one was going to take it from them. Mini, it was close. I mean, they almost lost the 1v2. I don't want to, down on their parade too much, but they definitely had me on the edge of my seat. Still though, a very good win. Can't wait to see these guys in the finals.
Yeah, and it can be quite easy to do that when you're a trio. We saw it with Donnie's solo clutch in NA last weekend, where the trio just kind of went in one by one, isolated themselves as solos. With the way that Siphon works, the solo player can actually clutch up inside of the Storm, so it was very, very close for them. You're absolutely right, but what wasn't close is the fact that they're now qualified through to the Major 1 finals. They had an incredible day overall. It's been a 3rd place, a 2nd place, and now finally the victory royale. And yeah, I'm really impressed with this team. I think what they're able to do in these end games, the ability to bounce off each other, the ability to have the understanding of each other is really good. And it's interesting how they actually switched over to Vico having that medallion, because almost every single game that I'm seeing from them this season was with Veno with that medallion, with that invisibility coin. So now they've gone back to that sort of strategy. It seems to have worked out very well, and we don't get to see them anymore. Flooded Frogs is now open.
Oh, well, it'll be very interesting to see if Artskill's going to be dropping there then once we head to game number 4. But before we can do that, we've got to take a short break. A biento. Welcome back to FNCS. And Vico, Venno and Flixie have done the inevitable. They've booked themselves a spot via Victory Royale in next weekend's Major 1 finals. Call them the woodcutters because they always be shopping. And I imagine the lobby will be breathing a sigh of relief when we head into game number 4. Levin, look more impressed than that. Please, I beg you, I need this job. I have a family. Now, let's talk about Rescard, Della, and Focus as we take a look at the contenders for the Major 1 finals next week, because we're sending through 10 duos today in Group 3. And you can see that they climbed into 7th spot. They've gone up a whopping 10 places from a solid performance. And it feels like this is a trio that's really warming up. They've got experience on their side, Levin.
Yeah, I think that, you know, when you look at where they're landing, obviously Rescard was landing at the Royal and Blossom split earlier this season when he was playing with Sky and Scroll, so he knows to spot well. And, you know, these guys, you know, I feel like they definitely have a bit of an edge, and so I feel like I'm all over the place right now, Frankie, because I'm hearing things I'm not supposed to be hearing. I'm seeing things I shouldn't be seeing. Regardless, I feel like this team is a good team, and so they're sitting comfortably now in that consistency spot. A couple more games, a couple decent zone pulls, and I feel like they could definitely be in the finals.
Yeah, and I think a big element of playing that spot well is something that I spoke about last week with iDrop Sky and Scroll. Is just playing Surge well and making sure you can get those damage tags off spawn as effectively as possible, because a lot of the time you have to sort of roam around to try and get those tags, is what that team did so successfully. I think that was sort of the key to them not necessarily having the best start today. Now hot off a third place, 10 eliminations for this trio, really looking strong. And we saw the trio qualify through in iDrop Sky and Scroll last week from this drop spot, so it's definitely possible for this team as well.
So that's your prediction then, and I'm interested to see who will win the Battle of the Showdown if you do get to see those
We can't hear you right now, Frankie. So you can just keep smiling away. We can't hear you. But I will say, when it comes to Rest Guard, like, this is the type of team where, like, if you see them now, like, qualify, right? If you're iDrop Sky and Scroll, do you start side-eyeing a little bit? I don't know. I don't know. That starts to concern me. That's always my fear when I'm, like, looking at some of these different teams. I will say, Skyjump, Shakers, and Mumsy, they're now the #1 team on consistency. And, I mean, these guys are a massive threat. And it's another example of a team doing incredibly well. And now with your Queasy, right, who we watched yesterday with Swizzy and Mustache win a game, my oh my, you're gonna be side-eyeing, right? Because this is the biggest threat to that team, right? Mumsy, Skyjump, and Shakers have been the second best team. You'd say, maybe French fans would argue they've been the best team, right, from Seaport this season. So if these guys keep doing well in qualifying, which I do expect them to do, I thought they were going to win a game at some point. Mumsy definitely felt like he was going to make that happen, and he's really like the spark in this team, right? Because Shakers and Skyjump, very experienced French players we've seen for many seasons. Mumsy's the new console GOAT who's burst onto the scene and giving them incredible firepower.
Yeah, he really has. I mean, that was a really good game from this trio yet again. They had a 4th place in the game previous to that. Now, of course, a 2nd place is going to give them so much firepower. But what I'm noticing here is that none of our trios have actually qualified through via consistency yet. I know yesterday it was around, I think it was 175 points, I think it was, that Pink's trio got to actually qualify them through. And I think in some of the previous times we've actually seen these groups, some teams have already been qualified. They've already been past that threshold. So it's really interesting to see now how the lobby's going to change. Without Veno's trio in the lobby as well, how's Hike going to change, like we spoke about yesterday with Queasy? Lots of questions to be asked.
Well, there's just 2 more games for the lobby to change, so let's head over to our castle to game number 4.
Thanks so much, Frankie 11 and Mini Miner. But a pretty big breakdown taking place on some of our teams that are still looking to make their way through that victory around Takata. But consistency definitely looking pretty nice for a lot of those teams at the top.
Yeah, it's looking nice for the teams at the top, but what about the teams at the bottom, Taco? We've got 2 games left to be played out, and at this point in the groups, it's kind of like you got to start thinking to yourself as a trio, maybe we just got to go all out for that victory royale. High ground's going to change a bit more. It's going to be a bit more risky, but luckily enough, we don't have to wait long because game 4 is here.
And with the start of lobby number 4 here, Takata, those teams, like you mentioned, their last result essentially is going to come down to just finding that victory royale. They don't really have any sort of time to waste, but one big game here in this 4th match could also help close that gap pretty significantly.
Luckily enough, though, for the trios that are uncontested, they don't have too many worries about having to kind of play it all or nothing at their drop spot. If you are uncontested, you have more of a chance to kind of play it out through consistency. As with only 5 games, it's quite difficult to make it happen. You have to play quite well every single match. As we look at almost, is this going to be a 50-50 contest up here?
It's looking like it. These teams willing to, you know, kind of split the difference here, but Jubidar is going to open up those initial shots. War Snipe, it is an absolute brawl currently. And both of these teams definitely taking pretty significant blows here currently, but Yasin still trying to hold down the fort here.
Has that Oni shotgun in hand. I was gonna say issue is only 1 shot in the chamber. Teammates helping out, dropping an extra shot, and now the first one connects. We gotta be careful. take the time to reload. One more needed to finish this engagement off. The Mini was almost popped, but found a quick angle, and just like that, Yasin is going to be able to pick both of his teammates back up without even having to commit to a reboot.
Looked rather unfortunate there for Mino. It looked like he got stuck for a second on that chunk of the map. A little unlucky as far as how he was trying to actually wiggle around there. But Kappa Factory, we've seen this time and time again. Toos knowing that he's got to lead the way here. They're having already lost, sure, Shimoki as well, trying to see if there can maybe be a separate angle approach. But Toos has more than enough left in the arsenal still, able to take that one out. Now the real concern, will they be third-partied by Reskar and Co., or are they actually going to get a chance to try and play things through from Kappa?
I mean, it's tough. 18 points going into this match. They have gotten those 3 eliminations, and it's a trio. Shimoki has 2 FNCS wins on Asia. Toos has got an FNCS win. They've got 3 as a trio, and now being so far down today, they really kind of do need that victory royale. So hopefully this is kind of going to set them up for it in this match.
What is big, though, is that with that last win there for Venno, Vico, and Flixie, Flooded Frogs being fully exposed now for new teams to try and make it their home. And Rick Boris, keep in mind, they were one of the teams that kept consistently encountering Venno, Vico, and Flixie in that last lobby. Wouldn't be surprised to see them maybe even look to try and make some plays for Shogun's Arena later on.
As now we take a quick look at what ended up happening in that initial fight, how they got a quick cleanup. But after you get those initial engagements, it kind of gives you a lot of benefits. Not only do you have the freedom to continue with your loot path and, you know, farm up your metal and kind of do all those things without the risk of having to constantly, you know, avoid shots from another trio and not let them steal your loot, but it also kind of gives you that freedom of having that early damage. As we go back to Rickbort and his trio, and once again, an early fight.
Yeah, Fighting Frogs living up to his name right now, though the fight's just shifted a little bit away from it. But Zato looking like he might be able to open up this exchange all the further here for Ark, who's just breaking down some of these pre-existing walls. And Ark as well, having those chili chug splashes means could opt to use one just to try and be a little bit more aggressive with this exchange, but currently it seems like they might be willing to just wait it out, because eventually Howley, they're gonna need to rotate in. They can't afford to stay on the outskirts of the map forever.
Yeah, definitely not. Look at Shimoki too. He was looking like the aggressive, but as he slid down the hill, cracked down to about just 20 HP, I'd say, as now both Shimoki and his teammate sure have been knocked down. Toos now is left alone, and although they started off with those 3 strong eliminations, once again, like you called it out, Taco, the third party is gonna come through. Refs guard, Focus Della say, hey, I'm knocking on the door. I saw what happened. Don't think you can get away once again. And just like that, Toos gets taken out, leaving it all up to the last match.
It's one of the most glaring issues that teams that actually opt to drop at Kappa Factory encounter. And this is a reoccurring theme, because even if you think about the success that we've seen from trios like iDrops going out of Rolling Blossoms Farms, very often they would look to try and third-party teams that were fighting over by Kappa Factory, or just looking for general eliminations, even if teams were uncontested in that position. So it's no surprise to see Reskar doing more or less the same with his trio. Moze, though, spot of hurting currently at Sakura Stadium. Does at least have one of his teammates next to him, but the problem is how split the other might be.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay to take fights in the storm when it's the initial zone. It's only 1 damage per second, so you don't really have too much to lose. It's more depending on how far that zone does end up pulling and how long you do end up taking in these engagements. You want to try and clean them up as quickly as possible, but sometimes it's just too hard to do. It's too risky. But it looks like Snazy, Ice, and Vox are not really going to let this trio go anywhere.
This might have been a spot of self-sabotage from Rick Border's trio. They were hoping to get just a really fast few eliminations. Instead, they're going to find themselves on the receiving end currently while they try to make their run for it. Zaro having already been knocked, Snazy, Icy right behind him, Vox as well, and sure enough, with Zaro having been cleanly eliminated, it's now down to just Rickbor whether or not he's going to even have an opportunity to try and get that reboot card, make the reboot ban play, but you're just spending so much time trying to recover how your early game started, Takata. I'd almost anticipate that their mid to end game wouldn't bode much better from this current position. They might just need to look to try and run things back for Lobby 5.
Yeah, speaking about end games too, I didn't even get to see what really happened with Thomas, Tripp, and Fred last game. I mean, they were looking quite good. I think they got a little staggered behind in zone, and then next time I look, it's just the solo trying to run it through. So once again, I mean, the mid game, they've got it down. They have eliminations. They already got full mats, good loot. It's just those end games are not really going their way.
Well, to be fair, we did see them at a point where they made a little bit of a risky call, because we saw Fredoxy, you know, kind of keeping an eye on teams that were playing from inside of the Storm, even as late as like 5th, 6th zone, right? And so for them to be willing to spend so much time rotating so much later than the rest of the lobby, getting focused while they were making their entry to zone isn't too surprising. It's just if they're able to build up, because we did see them with a good amount of surge, at least for that time that they had invested. I do think it worked out for them, but
yeah,
now it's just about executing on the end game entirely.
Speaking about executing, it looks like there's another trio that wants to finish this fight up quickly. Is now looking to see these kind of engagements, it's finding multiple angles, especially if it's in a POI that has a building where if you even break kind of one of the walls, you might even be able to open up a position where they can't place any builds. So it's taking multiple angles and not going through the same one, unless they're looking for a pre-edit or triple spray. But if that's not the case, it's just find different openings, try and catch one of your opponents off guard, even box them up, anything you can to give yourself the upper hand in this fight. As now the opponents have grouped up, trying to stay together, but they just have to be careful of their surroundings.
We're just continuing though to keep seeing these teams that are kind of shambles as far as their material count is concerned. So these stretched out fights definitely not going in their favor. Thomas lost his shields entirely. Fortunately, does still have shield potions to make up for it, but Seaport City proving to be a little bit of a difficult destination so far. Fishing might have been the original intent here from this trio. Instead, they're going to be dealing with Momsy and Skyjump, and they're not the only ones. Just saw Hen and Asa strolling up behind them.
Yeah, good news for the Skyjump, Shakos, and Momsy though. They put themselves up at first place in terms of the consistency leaderboard. They were what, like bottom middle half into one game, launching themselves into 10th place, and then right after that launching them into first place in terms of consistency. So with 2 back-to-back huge matches, you know, it's good to see.
The main thing though is that even teams like Skyjump, Shaco's, Momsy, despite relatively strong performances, they're still not far enough away from the rest of the leaderboard that they can go for, I'm not going to say reckless abandonment as far as decision making is concerned, but you don't want to get overly aggressive with it and then find yourself compromised heading into our final match of the day, where everything is just going to hinge on a singular match performance. Cammy, Shari, and Seti, also another team that's skirting just outside of that consistency placement on the leaderboard, sitting at around 12th heading into this 4th match of the day. And many also pointed it out, but this team struggling for surge in the last game was a bit surprising.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about the leaderboards too, it's interesting as you mentioned. It's like, even though they're number 1, Skyjump, Shakos, and Momsy, they only have 149 points. I say only because in previous groups we've had, you know, trios that are close to 200 points, which almost guarantees their qual, right? But seeing that that's not the case here, you know, everybody is still kind of on the line. The points are so close. within, you can see 4th through 8th, that anything can still really happen. So they do have to be careful in these last 2 matches in terms of making it to the late game and getting as many points as possible, as Sandguild is living strong to the meta, fishing up as many spare shieldfish and fish in general as possible.
This leaderboard, though, is definitely a big reflecting factor, though, of what everyone has been saying, right? Everyone's considering this as like the group of EU leading into that last chance qualifier or Major 1 finals. And so when you see the points just continue to remain as close-knit as they are, no one's seemingly finding that massive of a points advantage. It is so evident, Takata, that every single one of these teams competing here today has really got to be on their A game. You cannot afford to slip up for even a moment, or you will be fully like just taken advantage of in this kind of lobby.
Yeah, we talked about it already, but I mean, in terms of FNCS finals appearances, this is by far the highest out of any of the groups in EU, by over 100 finals appearances. So we've talked about it time and time again, but it's very difficult to qualify through this group, and you're definitely deserving of doing so if you end up finding yourself with a spot, as it looked like almost a disengagement from Shogun's Arena from Mongrel, Panzer, and Mr. Savage.
Wise of them to teleport off Shogun's Arena, though. A team had already set up base here. Congo, though, trying to go for the lurk-around play on this bottom ground, and it pays out. Rekfiji, just no chance whatsoever to escape. Now it's Misha as well, trying to see and find where this last player might have ran off to, but Skylight going to remain hidden for now. I almost expect him to be pretty shocked if they were in that position inside a storm in the first place, but every little bit of placement counts.
Every little bit counts. I mean, just yesterday, Pink and his trio qualified by 1 point on the consistency leaderboard. Literally 1 point, Taco. That's like not even an elimination. You know, it's so crazy how close this can get, especially leading into the final matches of the day. So we'll take a look back at Rift Island. It looks like it's not going to be a contest for the boss here, as you gotta be careful though with 2 players getting cracked. Water Sprite forced to being used.
Artis' team maybe a little bit blessed by the fact that Mongrel and Savage Panzer actually opted to depart from the island, but this is a big part of the reason why. It looks like there is another team on a point of elevation that was trying to take some shots towards Cryfalls, I believe. So they've definitely got to monitor exactly how close they are to the edges, because that other team on height, it's definitely a bit of a problem here. Almost disastrous there as well for Fran. Had he been chopped out without that Void TP mask.
Yeah, it's the good news about, you know, this season. Those Oni masks kind of give you an extra safety net, even when you're on high ground. Although one of the matches we did see Vico, Blixie, and Veno chop down height, one of the players still got eliminated, but you kind of want to pre-place those Oni masks to avoid fall damage if you end up getting chopped down. But for Brannick, Kaisers, and Dynas here, this is one of the trios that actually has yet to make an FNCS finals appearance. One of only 6 trios in this lobby. So, you know, it'd be kind of cool to see them take home a VR today, but it's a lot easier said than done.
Yeah, they were definitely dragged into the lion's den with this group as far as a qualing is concerned, but bringing the focus back towards Refsguard's team, actually moving out from a surge base that they'd spent a decent chunk of time in, I'd imagine. They just find so much early success with that third-party circumstance at Kappa Kappa Factory. It does allow them, I think, to take a little bit more of a scenic route as far as how long they actually want to wait before rotating into the next zones.
Good news for Focus Della Refsguard, though, is, yeah, being 757 above, have a lot more flexibility in the choices sometimes you need to make. don't want to repeat myself, but I do feel like it's important. A lot of the times, you know, it's like, why isn't everyone just, you know, taking the dead side or going the place where the least amount of players are? Like, a lot of the time, especially in these lobbies, it's very difficult to get that damage, and you have to position yourselves in more riskier and harder rotates just to open up options for those tags if you aren't able to do it earlier on in the match. So the triple blade typhooning right into the box. Players looking like their prime mongrel with the shing 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 sky jump shake ons and momsy going absolutely crazy, but I don't think it's paying off, Taco.
Yeah, I mean, sky jump kind of just reminded of the fact that pump shotguns do exist in this matchup. Shakos, though, with Momsy, they will get the double revive, but Asa, Hen, and DZ putting some really solid pressure up against the likes of that trio, kind of just punishing them for attempting to commit so heavily to the Typhoon Blade play.
Yeah. I respect it, though. Hey, I respect it. We've seen it pay off quite a few times throughout this weekend, so, you know, why not add another one to the list? That's now, instead of using it to go into the box, they are going to use it to rotate. I would say it's, under the Oni mask, the best mobility item this season. If you're comparing the two blades alongside the Oni mask, so it could be worse, but ideally you do want to have one of these masks that Thomas HD is rocking right now on top of his surge base. Great position, to be fair. So much vision on these trios rotating in. Just kind of got to keep it up now.
All Thomas and Fedoxy really need is just a little bit more damage. They can get to right around that 600 to 700 above threshold. That would really allow them to kind of play the next couple of zones with more emphasis towards getting early front side. Unfortunate tags there onto Fedoxy, though. Does lose his shield. Thankfully, though, the other team not close enough to be able to actually capitalize on it and try to key him for it.
Look at this. Asa, Hen, and Andes as well with a quick elimination. Maybe we'll see them put a name for themselves on the board today. Hen being the player with, I believe, well, I mean, he has 3 FNCS titles just himself. But you got to be careful here. If you're in a position like that duo we just saw down in the mud, feet insta pickings for Mr. Savage. Quick little walking llama, as now they're going to be able to build out. Keep an eye out there. Right as Mr. Savage got the elimination, he didn't even go for the loot. He let his teammates loot that as he expanded the builds, knowing he most likely will get spare hard mats and didn't want the focus to close on to them. So doing a great job of building out right after an elimination.
Look at where Shari, Kimmy, and Seti are at. They've got Fedoxy in their sights. Saw Tripper nearby and a bush as well, but Fedoxy just paying the ultimate price currently. Another trio, though, gonna draw the attention momentarily. That allows Fedoxy to get a little bit closer to the rest of his team. Thomas and Tripper, though, they had to give up their old surge base. Well, I shouldn't say had. Likely more so just a decision that they felt more comfortable making at this time, because again, it's just trying to control that front side of zone has proven to be the most successful measure for a lot of our teams here today.
Yeah. Also looking that it's the 7th zone. Ideally, you know, you don't want to rotate late into this one because the next zone is kind of one of those end game zones that's the majority inside of the storm. So especially seeing you got Rift Island in here, I mean, you want to be able to set yourself up quickly into a good position when you see where that storm does end up pulling towards. And I mean, for the trio up here on Shogun's Arena, this is exactly where you want to be with the amount of mats that they're going to be able to conserve.
Conservation of mats on top of the fact that this is just so much easier for them to find additional damage. It's not even about the surge threshold because they were already sitting at around 400 over it. It's more so just preventing teams from rotating how they would prefer to. Savage, Mongrel, and Panzer seem to have drawn a little bit more attention that they bargained for. They got another team trying to break into their box currently, and it's Fedoxy, Tripper, Thomas HD on the other side of these walls. That's going to force Savage's trio kind of send themselves a little bit more forward, retreat back into some earlier builds. They have to be so careful that they don't realize Vox sitting just on the other side of this peak, trying to open up an angle, but Mongrel does recognize it at the last moment, but pays a price. Shot from behind. doesn't have a chance to try and recover. Mr. Savage won't even be able to rotate. Shot from the skies the moment that he broke out that Typhoon Blade.
Too focused on getting tags because they were below surge. Pre-edits came through. Honestly, at that point, it's quite difficult to get out of the situation they were in. For Della, Focus, and Revsguard, though, amazing elevation. Looking at all these trios rotate on in, taking free pickings at them as Cherry, Cammy, Seti. They had a rough game 3. Need to make a comeback here and now, going into this match in 12th place. They dropped significantly on the leaderboard, so they won a big game to bring themselves back up.
It's looking like they have a really good amount of builds to work with, though. A lot of space currently claimed on that low ground. But it's all about height currently for Revsguard's team and making sure that they can fully control it. Revsguard even opting drop a little bit more material where it needed. But Della, Focus, Revs, they want to make sure that they stay in control of that front side. They're even going to be the first team to teleport forward, take control of it.
That's that advantage of not having any builds blocking you, right? If you're down below, you have so many teammates surrounding you. Well, not teammates, but opponents surrounding you, that it's very hard to kind of find that triple Oni mask. But when you're on height, you can just instantly throw it. If you do it a little too late, you do have the risk of other players landing on top of you. But for Revsguard, Della, and Focus, it turned out well this time around, and now they're in prime position to look for more pickings.
This is looking really solid currently for Della, Revsguard, and Focus. Now it's all about just suppressing these lower tiers, making sure that they keep spraying everybody underneath them. Thomas HD, the material count not looking good. Prodoxy and Tripper need to come up huge with an elimination securement here if they want to make sure that they continue extending their presence on the low ground.
They need this game, Taco. Thomas, Fred, and Trip need to make something happen. It doesn't have to be a VR, but at least the top 3 is what they need to keep their eyes on here as Cherry, Cammy, and Seti continue to apply that pressure on trios in the surrounding area. Will they look up for height? Will they continue to play kind of closer to the ground here is what I'm wondering. Good amount of materials, good amount of loot. They have options. That's what's important.
Seems like they're trying to control that secondary height layer. If anything, quick peek back at Revsguard's trio in the skies, and Shari wants to get the chop. Successful measures as well. Huge fall damage gonna get chunked out of Focus and Della even, and that's gonna be Shari's green light. He's already starting to crank up, trying to see if they can reestablish a little bit of control here, and sure enough, Cammy gonna be the first to claim on this height take.
36 builds for Cammy. It's all wood, no hard mats, but it might just be enough. They have to be careful, though. Another trio down below, second height, looking for shots. They quickly react, though, applying pressure, showing their dominance up above, saying, we're a full trio. Be careful if you want to contest us, as now all they got to do is stay ahead.
That is absolutely tragic, though, for Della, Focus, and Revsguard. Revsguard even forced to the low ground and gets picked off by Thomas HD's team in the process. A lot of teams, though, still just managing to scrape by here in our lower layers. Prodoxy, Thomas, Tripper, trying to stake out some unregistered terrain. Instead, they're going to realize Artis' team is the one currently in control of frontside low. Thomas pulling back towards backside of zone. He's got no material left. He has to find a refresh. He has to find a lifeline, but it's not going to connect.
They go down. Is it going to be enough to push themselves up? Time will tell, but Cammy, Seti, Cherry still up above. Della now left as a duo alongside Focused. Only 7 builds to work with. It jumps into an opponent's box, doesn't even realize it as he goes down, and Focus now left alone.
Just goes to show how disorienting things can truly become when you aren't in control of this high ground layer. All the while, though, Shari having the time of his life up above with Cammy and Seti. And the way that the zone is about to pull over a hill, they're going to make sure that they even connect their builds to it. These teams trying to scramble up the elevation shift. Comeback with a nice elimination onto Artis. Buying himself a little bit more time, but tries to go up. Should immediately meet Cammy, Shari, Seti if he's not careful.
Still 10 players up. So much of the lobby is staying strong, even with this difficult zone. But Comeback has lost his teammate, left alone now. Mixon trying to crawl up. All these players doing what they can to get on up. And in the meantime, it's Cammy up above. It's Cherry, it's Seti, but Cammy's gone down. Now left as a duo. Where's the last player? Can they hit the shot? Cryfalls gets taken out. Where's the last one?
The last one currently still setting up on the bills they had above. A chop onto Gudenbri, and as he comes falling down, Shari and Seti continue to ascend here. A big win. Polska Gudem in this 4th lobby of the day, Takata, and they'll be all the happier for it.
Oh yeah, you can tell the vibes are up for this trio. I mean, coming from the last match where they were one of the first trios to get eliminated, a bit of a heartbreak as they got bumped down the leaderboard, but just in one match, second to last game of the day, they secure the victory royale, they secure their deserved spot in the major finals, and now we just get to watch it play out.
Let's be so real, though. It would be weird to not see Cammy and Seti alongside Shari in the Major 1 finals. We've got some really big teams kind of setting themselves up and preparing for what comes next here at Takata. It's a pretty exciting moment.
I'm excited. I'm sure a lot of the fans rooting on this Cammy, Seti, Shari are excited, but I also know my desk is excited. So, Frank 11 Mini, what you got?
We have got some very happy analysts, and I have to say I'm very happy too. As Vico, Venno, and Flixie left us in game number 3, it feels only fitting, Mini Miner, that Cammy, Seti, and Shari were free to take the high ground and the victory royale.
Yeah, they benefited off of Vico, Venno, Flixie no longer being in the game, right? I remember early in that 3rd game, it was Vico, Venno, Flixie that were actually attacking the team off spawn. They actually rotated so far over to go and eliminate them, and that was their downfall there. And even when it comes to endgame, they're not on height. They have this freedom, this ability just to take height like we know that they can, Levin. They have it in their tank. And you asked me before, Frankie, will they be able to pick up a victory out, or will they be able to just keep out the consistency? And I said, they'll just make it to these endgames. They'll continue to do it. And if they find a good position to take height and win the game, then they will. And that's exactly what's happened, Levin. Really good game.
Yeah, I mean, look how aggressive they were playing, man. They were going for pre-edit plays and all, you know. You associate Cammy and Seti with, you know, tarping out their mats, being stacked on mats anyway, not needing refreshes too much. But when they needed them, they went for them, they got them. Seti with 5 limbs on the game, absolutely mental. I mean, these guys are a team many people were expecting to get to the finals. They finally got the job done here. And yeah, I mean, they'll be watching, waiting in the wings, seeing if anyone will challenge them at the Lost Lake.
When we came into this trios era, I heard a lot of people saying, yeah, the really experienced trios, the really experienced players, they are the most consistent, they are the most likely to win. And I feel like it's brought on this new era of clean but extremely fun Fortnite, and I can't wait to see more of it after this break.
my face, no space, put it up, I don't fade. I ain't missing no shot, cause I'm always in range.
Guram, my friends, welcome back to FNCS, where Cami, Seti and Chari took game number 4, and we have just one more game remaining before we can confirm which 10 trios from group number 3 will be making it through to next weekend's Major 1 finals. Now, it will be very interesting to look at the leaderboard because 5 of our trios do get through from consistency. So you've got your 5 golden tickets from the Victory Royales. There's one of those left to take. And then if you cast your eyes from 5 downwards on the standings, these are the trios that really want to keep their spot in the top 10 and therefore their place next week. And Combat, Blacker and Mixon, they're making a really good show of it. Another strong finish for them in game 4-11.
Yeah, I feel like if you were going to try and predict who's going to win this last game, you'd probably put them way up there. They're making it into these end games so deep every single time. You know, again, it's just that final win condition that's been missing throughout the day, but their performance has been top. I think they're going to be a team that a lot of people will be rooting for now come finals time, because you'd expect them to continue this sort of run in the Major 4 and finals next week.
Yeah, definitely. Huge game for these guys, coming off the back of an 18th place right there. It was a similar sort of zone as well, quite a far pull for them. And we were saying in the back, I know you were saying at 11, a bit of a far zone pull for them in that previous game. This time, yet again, they've sort of solved those problems of having the far zone pull. Having that storm surge early on has been beneficial for them. And I think realistically, what was that, 194 points? I think realistically that qualifies them through.
If they did qualify through, do you think that the zone pool situation, is that something you think they'll be able to work on and fix in time for next weekend, Levin?
I mean, it's hard, right? I think from certain spots, just playing certain zones is always going to be harder regardless. It's just sometimes about making use of the games where you do pull, right? At Shattered, they obviously prefer home zones in that place because, you know, Mixon can just sit up there on top of the bridge, you know, farm surge all game. So I don't think they'll be too stressed about it. I'm sure they'll have a plan come Grands.
Let's look at the leaderboard again, because we've talked about the teams that are sitting within the top 10 and qualifying for, or sitting with the chance of qualifying, I should say, for next weekend. If we look at page 2, there's definitely a couple of trios here who are feeling incredibly uncomfortable because they've been within a hair's whisker, I should say, of making it onto page 1, and they'll be desperate now. And Trip and Thomas HD and Fredoxy, they didn't have the strongest standings coming into this group, and I feel like they're not going to be feeling confident going into this final game, Mini.
Yeah, big names on that second page right there. Huge game for both of these teams in terms of Thomas and the other team that were in there as well, Mongrel, I should say. I was trying to think who it was. Yeah, massive, huge game for Thomas HD. I mean, I said at the beginning of the show that this is a team that have actually sort of switched drops a little bit in some of their divisional finals. They might go ahead and do that now in the final game. I just don't think it's working out for them there at Brutal Boxcars 11. They have been having some end games here today. It hasn't been like an off-spawn situation where they're just going down early on, but they haven't been able to make it into that upper echelon of placements. So for them right now, I think it's a win and you're in situation. They need it.
Look, this last game is going to be tough. The last game they just played, game 4, was a bit better. The implications here would be huge if they don't do it. Obviously, right, we have last chance next week, but, you know, Thomas she's just come off the back of global championships. He was the one pushing Peterbot and Poyo, and he was almost the savior of FNC, as some people had it. For him to now just not make the Major 1 finals would be cataclysmic.
Is it a Danish dream too far, Levin?
I hope not. You know, I got a lot of Danish friends. They'll all be hoping that, you know, they can get it done in this game, but it's not looked good, especially with just how they've been playing. You wouldn't even, you know, really consider them maybe for last chance with how difficult that's going to be. So they need to get it done here now.
We've seen Mr. Savage, Mongrel and Panzer have a spot within that top 10 today so far, but now they are outside of it. They're going to be feeling particularly insecure because they have come close to it. Mini Miner, they don't want to be up for the last chance qualifier. Do you think they can do it?
Yeah, I definitely think they can. I think they have the potential to in that trio. I think they need all of the power that they have inside of that trio to win this last game, because realistically, that's what they need to do. They've only managed one top 10 today, that 5th place in the first game. So they have it in their locker to make it to that stage of the game. Now, though, the pressure's going to be on so much more for these guys, because I think a lot of people would be expecting them to qualify through to the grand or through the Major 1 finals right there, because they have such a good drop spot. They have such a good plan, and it's all about executing it right now.
I'm really hoping they can get it done, man. You know, at heart, I'm a Mongrel fan. I'm a Savage fan. I want to see them do the job. I'm a fan of Panzer as well. Props to Panzer. Spam the cabbage to, you know, support Savage or whatever they say nowadays. You know, you better be spamming all the fans right now.
All right, well, cabbages all around as we head back to our casters, Takata and the best taco for game number 5.
Thank you, Frankie. I'm nervous, Taco. Like, I'm actually feeling stressed out. The hairs are starting to stick up on my hand. It's the last game of the final group for this EU FNCS. After this, all that's left is last chance and major finals. There's a lot of trios on the borderline of qualifying. Some that just have to keep it up in terms of consistency. Taco, who do you think's winning this game?
Oh, look, we're cutting it way too close for that to even be a decisive factor. Comeback, Baja, and Mixon were looking really solid, but the last lobby, it's really anybody's game, especially some teams who need it. So let's get into the action.
It is time to lock in. It all comes down to this. We've got fans from all over the world now supporting their trio. We have Mongrel, Mr. Savage, Panzer in 14th place at 109 points. We have Thomas HD from Global Championships going head-to-head against Peterbot, now on the borderline of not qualifying at 90 points in 17th place. They might either need a victory royale or even, who knows, top 2 with enough eliminations will be enough. It's going to be hard to tell, but Taco, it all comes down to this.
It certainly does, but one team that definitely caught my eye, at least during that secondary page flip, was going to be Gutenbreed Moneymaker's team, because they jumped up 11 placements from their performance in that last lobby, putting themselves into 12th on that leaderboard, and so they're substantially closer. I know that we've got a lot of action taking place here at Big Ben Tunnel, but for both of these trios, they desperately need a victory royale if they want to find themselves having a sliver of a chance at making it through to the Major 1 finals. And so far, this battle has just kind of worked against both teams.
Yeah, but that victory royale, it starts somewhere, Taco, and it starts in whoever ends up winning this early game engagement. It looks like Yasin and Siren now might even be able to double pick up their teammate here, which is going to put them at a clear advantage, as I believe there's only one opponent left as a solo trying to do what he can to get out here. Gonna take the porta potty, and just like that, it looks like they might have secured it.
It's just such a sad scene for War Snipe, just kind of waiting essentially for that knocked bar to run out into a full elimination. The problem too is that where his body is at, recovering that reboot card's not going to be easy depending on how long the trio actually decides to stick around. All things considered, Takata, when you know that you're staking it all on this final lobby, for some of these teams, that mentality of, hey, look, we're just going to stop you in the process can definitely come into effect.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, especially in this last game, we've talked about pressure, we've talked about nerves. This is the most stacked group for EU, but even then, I'm sure a lot of these trios, they got to be feeling something. They got to be feeling something in this last match. It's impossible to not. As we look at Misha now, who is at night shift in an early game battle, looking for angles.
Yeah, the big problem, though, is that Kengu's already being eliminated fully, and Lyric understanding that Misha just up above. Rash as well from a separate direction. Gonna try and see if they can get another opposing view. Side jump up, nearly gets the job done, but Misha does a pretty solid job at recovering. Misha even finding some huge tags back with the pump. It's gonna force this enemy trio to kind of just wait up a minute. They're gonna have to make sure that they are healthy enough to continue this fight.
Yeah, we've talked about how to play as the aggressors, you know, looking for different angles, trying to kind of find those openings. But when you're playing defensive like Burke, Rash, and Larix here, you kind of know that some of the players will be a bit split from the team. And if you can catch them off guard, all jump at them playing together, maybe even box them up and find one pick like that, it's the start of turning around an early to mid-game fight like this. And that's exactly what they did to come out on top here. So great job playing defensively, great job finding a pick. It's going to help them continue on forwards. I think I saw someone that wasn't part of the trio just
Panzer.
Just sitting on the boat. No, was he alone?
Oh, you're talking about for right here. I was referencing Panzer kind of scenes towards Night Shift Forest there. Spotted out probably. That elimination feed lighting up. Also likely heard the shots. Recognized a solid opportunity to try get that third party action going. But yeah, on the far north side of the map, Icy, Vox, Snazy still dealing with the likes of Hench Trio. Asa still lurking nearby potentially, but it has been a tough day for some of our teams far out of the map. But Revskar, this is a surprise. Strolled all the way into Hopeful Heights, and instead, this might just be their demise. Della forced to retreat. Can't afford to stick around for much longer. But whether or not Shimoki actually lets this one happen is another story entirely. Shimoki, though, blasted from a completely different approach. Another team on the horizon just spotting the perfect opportunity. It's Cryfalls in the gang.
Oh, no.
And they just found a perfect elimination opportunity to close in on.
Yeah, and two's Shimoki. And sure, this is a trio that I would say needs the victory royale to qualify in this last match. So hopefully now that they've gotten those 3 eliminations and hopefully, you know, can find a reboot onto Shimoki, this could be the match to close it out.
One big positive for Revskar is the fact that they were sitting at around 180 points leading into this. So no, Hen though, that's one of our teams that definitely needed a victory royale. And the sights are not looking good currently. Not sure if Asa's still hanging about somewhere, Dakota, but the fact of the matter is, with Hen having been taken out, the ringleader of that trio, now it's just gonna be a matter of time for them to figure out if it's gonna be the last chance qualifier or not. But Fox get a chance to look back and see what went wrong here for Hen and Andy. It's just some really well-connected shots coming out of Icy's trio.
Yeah, they don't have any shield though, so I guess maybe they were running out from a third party, an engagement, or I don't know, something happened that caused them to just not have the resources to take a fight this early on. Maybe it's even running into Thomas's trio here. No elims on the board, but I'm sure they got a bit of damage there at least.
Thomas knows though that they basically, it's all or nothing in this last lobby. For them to not immediately qual into the Major One finals after that global championship performance, it would definitely be pretty devastating to witness, Takata.
Oh.
And for Thomas, it just keeps getting worse. Fredoxy, Trippern with no shield. Fredoxy even just hoping that he can escape. Trippern's not going to be able to clutch it out this time. And it's a story, yet again, of the exclusive fate of this trio resting upon one member. Fredoxy knows that Rick Bohr, they can choose to try and sit at that reboot card for a while if they want.
Yeah, everything is on the line for this trio right now. Fredoxy's the last one up. I mentioned it earlier, but I'm going to reiterate it. Literally, we had Thomas HD, the most successful player yet to take home one of these major championships. I mean, even in the global championship, kind of being the main player going against Peterbot, battling it out to now not even qualifying through Major One. It would be tough. They have last chance, and they still have Fredoxy up in this match. So if a miracle can come through, it's going to be from that trio. We'll have to see if it does end up happening. On the other hand, though, Savage, Mongrel, Panzer, they're not qualled yet either. following closely behind where Thomas HD was on the leaderboard. They're just on that borderline, close to qualifying in 14th place. They're gonna need a big game here.
And Panzer's got to be real careful with where he goes next, because his shield's definitely looking a little bit rough there. But fortunately for Mongrel's team, it looks like Skylight and Co. are no longer interested in this fight. They're going to opt to try and avoid Oni Mask away from that situation taking place at Lost Lake. That might put Savage's team into a position where they could get some additional tags while that team is looking to escape, and that could put them for openings as far as keying for Nox or eliminations is concerned. Still, it's evident that they really want to establish their surge early on.
Yeah. Levin was talking about it. Blaha mix and comeback. I mean, you can look at Blaha on top of the bridge, just taking pop shots at anybody that comes into sight.
Could also be fishing from up there. Keep in mind, you can actually fish from the top of Shattered Span. Even if you are boxed up, you just got to pay a little bit closer attention to the animation of that fishing rod itself. And Blaha as well. This is quite the scenes for this team, though, on the bridge.
Yeah. Where they get their fishing rods. Just take a look. Will they have that opportunity at redemption? Thomas HD, the most FNCS finals appearances playing out today. Most second place finishes on EU.
Uh-oh.
Now rebooted back in, but it looks like a trio has spotted them off. Now this could be a pro or a con, Taco. If they do end up battling against this trio and winning that fight, that's a quick refresh to put them back in the game. But the issue is they don't have the advantage in terms of shield, loot, materials. They have nothing to kind
I was gonna say,
give them hope at winning one of these battles. But if they do it, it might just be enough.
a great twin fire is not what I want to see for Thomas in terms of trying to turn things around here. Huge, though, from Prodoxy. Takes out the shields. Now wants to fully close in on this elimination onto Berg. Unfortunately, though, Tripper punished for having just been rebooted, just not healthy enough, and that is going to force Prodoxy to have to back off here because they know that they're going to have to make a reboot play yet again. They can't continue to draw more attention. It's also probably been communicated that Tripper, and he wasn't eliminated by Burke or Resh. It's Savage and Mongrel that are rolling into Flooded Frogs now, trying to take advantage of what they heard coming out of that reboot queue.
Looking like sharks smell a bit of their prey now as they get closer and closer to Thomas and Fred here. They heard their shots come through. They saw the knock on the feed. They know they need a big match to close this one out. A top 10, top 7, even top 6 might not be enough for Mongrel, Mr. Savage, and Panzer. They need to have a solid end game here.
Look, all I'm gonna say is that if Thomas, HD, Tripper, and Prodoxy manage to turn this game around, that is beyond a miracle run. My man is sitting there with 12 bandages, hoping to stay hidden long enough. And not only that, but you also have to picture, Takata, Storm Sickness. Even if that trio were to recover right now, get some decent loot, they can't really afford in the long term to try and play Storm like some of these other teams might be able to do. So they're gonna have to be a lot more cautious from this point forward, and they still have to be concerned about the fact that, you know, Mongrel, Panzer Savage, if you get one elimination, you know that team's gonna keep trying to get that reboot going, right? So why not stick around a little bit longer?
Yeah, I mean, the good news, I guess, kind of good news, is if they do end up getting that reboot and making it back to zone, it's not really a heal-off meta, so in the late game, Storm Sickness won't matter as much to them, as they ultimately do have their eyes on that, you know, prize victory royale. And it's gonna be a long journey, a marathon for them to make it that far, but, you know, it's possible. It's difficult, but it's definitely possible.
On a happier note, though, team's over by Shogun's Arena, looking to stake their claim, be the ones to claim that Shogun X medallion. Frozy kind of just staring up currently at where Artis is positioned. trying to make sure that they establish a good perimeter around. They know that Shimoki and Toos are the ones currently up at the top, but that doesn't mean that Artis, Cryfalls, and Frozzy can't look for some good surge damage from underneath that Shogun's arena.
Just looking around on the mini-map. Not too many trios in this side of the map, to be fair, already. But I guess the good news is the trios that are here hopefully have kind of done a good amount of damage so far where they don't have to be on more of a congested side. Looking back on the contrary, though, players inside the zone still with a couple eliminations to their name, looking to get a third now and wipe the full trio. Good job there.
Definitely catching some signs of life from teams outside of that higher end of the leaderboard, and hey, better late than never. Everybody's got to have a starting point somewhere, but one team that definitely started to kind of get their catalyst movement in that fourth lobby, Clownsky, Gudenbry, and Moneymaker, again jumping 11 placements on the leaderboard to put themselves in 12th position leading into this final lobby, Takata. And not only that, but Clownsky, someone with a lot of experience in terms of these reboot style formats. I mean, 81 appearances. And with that in mind, I think that when you especially get down to these last lobbies, the final moments, it could be very easy for Panic to kind of become a dictating measure of how your endgame goes. But Clownsky's someone that I think can really help guide his team through that.
100%. And they literally have to do that now more than ever. I mean, you said it yourself. They have the experience in the reboot style games, second most in the lobby. Mixon's kind of leading the pack with 82. As we look back at Trip, Fred, and Thomas HD, they got the reboot, but like you said, they're yet to get back in zone. Mongrel, Savage, and Panzer are still right on the other end. Oh my, this is gonna be so tough.
The fact that they're taking the train to just continue moving themselves towards zone, but I know they can hear these shots being fired. They're gonna be part of the action even, shooting from the train. Panzer, Savage, Mongrel in a little bit of trouble here, but Panzer is gonna recognize the fact, hey, there's a team just chilling on the train currently, getting a fast track ticket into zone. Still, Thomas, Tripper, and they jumped off momentarily. It seems like they wanted the fight. But now it's going to be Panzer, who might actually find tables turned on him.
Some insane shots getting connected. The thing with these two trios is they're both on the borderline of qualifying. They're not in that top 5 in terms of consistency, but they're on the edge. One big game could be enough for either of these trios. It shouldn't even need to be a victory royale. A top 2, top 3 could do it with enough eliminations. So both of them really don't want to, you know, fully commit to this engagement yet.
Taking that porta potty though, I think that's might have been one of the reasons why. Once Fredoxy, Thomas, and Tripper realized that they were definitely too exposed on the train. They wanted to see if they could get outside of that tunnel area. But now Fredoxy, he might have mats, but he is burning through them quickly because of Wheat. Just relentless. Tripper so separated as well from Fredoxy. He's got to be real careful that Savage, Mongrel, and Panzer continue to pay him no mind. But it's evident these teams, they just want to make it into the zone.
Yeah, this is looking tough for Mongrel, Savage, and Panzer, as Mongrel's been fully cracked. Is going to be forced to pop some shields here. Has to be careful with the amount of trios that are kind of looking at them from the surrounding area. They already have a good amount of damage, so they don't want to look for tags. They just want to stay up here and honestly find a way to heal. They have a fishing rod, so if they get close enough to that body of water, they can definitely do so.
And Thomas, finally we see him just behind where Fredoxy and Tripper are currently at. The fact that Fredoxy has managed to help maintain his team to being above that search threshold, it goes such a long way for this trio right now, but still have to be very careful with how they actually choose to enter zone. teams that are already positioned well before them having much better opportunities to just look back and spray some of these later stragglers.
I don't know how they made it this far, to be fully honest, Taco. From the early games that Fred, Thomas, and Trip have had to go through, they are now just 84 below, down to 30. If anybody's going to connect shots to get themselves above Surge, it's going to be Thomas HD with the aim he's known for. But all the other trios fighting now, this could open up a potential third party for the teams. Issue is, it's not even fully in the zone, I'd say, so they do have to be careful.
Just looks like Fredoxy was running on fumes there, but Panzer hoping to get a really big refresh for his team if possible. Savage kind of low here. Panzer knows he's got to play the supportive measures necessary. His last couple of splashes used as well. Skylight, Artem, they seem to be in a spot of trouble here though. They're underneath that surge damage threshold. We saw those surge ticks coming into play, and that just might be the saving grace for both Thomas's team and Savage's, because they were able to kind of find that sandwich opportunity, but now neither of these trios willing to really take that direct fight with each other. It's just not worth the risk. Both teams understanding we have just got to get closer to the zone.
This is crazy. This is insane, as we can see both players kind of pinching another trio, which has just gave them enough damage to outlive the Storm Surges. Now they make their way back in. Two legendary veteran trios somehow staying up on that borderline of making it through. Mats are being farmed. I don't see any more shields on Thomas HD though. 12 below now. A refresh is what this trio really needs, but Thomas gets cracked, dropped down to just 20 HP. The Onimas come through. They need to win this engagement.
Thomas just needs to survive at this point if they want to have any hopes. Fortunately enough, yeah, gonna be taken out, but Thomas, he's been knocked. Tripper, only 13 HP left to work with. He just needs one shot off to wait, but he doesn't connect. The misses happen. Thomas HD, Tripper, they'll be forced to once again just be spectators on the sideline. For Doxy, this poor man just left to try and carry through, but the whole lobby looking back at where you're currently situated, this is going to be a really tough entrance.
For Doxy and the Dream, I need to keep my eyes as well on, you know, Mr. Savage, Mongrel, and Panzer that I believe are still up as a trio, also on the borderline. Hopefully Fred's able to make something happen here, but this is going to be a match. Still a good amount of trios up.
You can see them just below. Savage, Panzer, Mongrel. Big elimination onto Chris, but surge threshold isn't the issue. Now, Savage has an ample amount of materials to try and work with. Transp gonna join that elimination tally count here for the trio. And what was once looking like they were running relatively thin as far as their resources are concerned, this battle of attrition now potentially turning in their favor, since they just managed to collect another couple of nice elim refreshes.
This could be enough. They've done a great job of playing kind of from shambles on the edge of zone to making their way to the late game. It's the setup that Mongrel, Mr. Savage, and Panzer need to qualify themselves to the major finals. 8th zone, as right now shortly we will start these moving zones, and this is where it all matters the most.
Snazy's team, though, just trying to get some good peeks. They see Tooses under a lot of pressure from both sides of the lobby, but the team on height is going to be the real threat there. For Doxy, still managing to just skirt around, staying alive. Zero shield, though. Has to hope that he can find a solo pickoff here in the mixture of all this chaos taking place in the low grounds. Just tucked away, hoping that he can get all the more higher as far as placements are concerned.
One build alongside a singular dream for Fredoxy here, as unfortunately it is going to be Mr. Savage that takes him out. It's all up for the last chance major now for Thomas HD and his trio, but we continue on to finish this game now. Mongrel, Mr. Savage, Panzer are going to be the ones on the borderline that are getting closer and closer to taking home that VR, but Vox has lost his teammate. It's Ice that goes down, left alone as a duo with Snazy.
And what initially looked like it was a somewhat promising spot there for Snazy. Now he's just trying to chase down, but the movement gonna work against him. That's a wall kick. I didn't necessarily desire high ground though. From the bottom to the top here, Savage, Panzer, and Mongrel now find themselves in the driver's seat for height.
I can feel the excitement from the fans right now as Mongrel, Mr. Savage, and Panzer are looking like they're holding clean onto the high ground. All it takes is a couple pulls here. Will the zone pull towards them? Will it pull away? All they have to do is maintain this height. The issue is it being the last match in groups. There's so many trios that need to go all or nothing. They're gonna be contesting that high ground. They're gonna want to take it.
Panzer's got to be very confident in terms of making sure to keep those secondary height layers from trying to approach. Jakey, Michael, ADN, handful of players all just scattered around in the mid to low ground areas, but Panzer continuing to just teleport forward, continuing to try and ensure that his team remains on height towards the front side of zone. And one of the best situations for them possible too, if you're a Mongrel fan, is the fact that Momsy and Skyjump, a team that's been so adamant in contesting for height, they're only a duo right now.
Yeah, they were looking for it, trying to play in Storm, but without the materials to take height, they have no options to do so. As they get dropped down, Momsy goes down now, leaving his teammate as a solo, and Mr. Savage doing a great job of getting ahead here, trying to do what he can to keep his team connected, avoiding that drop down.
Everyone else just seems like they're caught in their own crossfire battles. They don't have a time to think about whether or not they can actually challenge the high ground. Miscellaneous TP's going up, but nobody following suit after the fact, so Panzer just continuing the tart forward. Down to just a handful of builds, gets another supply drop though from his team. Mongrel and Savage almost certainly going to start dropping down here, just looking for disruptor moments towards those teams in the low ground.
Guden, Clown, Moneymaker, that's another trio on low that are just on the borderline of qualifying. The cutoff going into this match was around 147 points, but it's gonna go up after this ends, and just like that, Moneymaker, Guden, and Clown pick up a few extra eliminations, getting closer and closer to that qualifying range.
This is so tough. Michael and ADN, they're getting sprayed from height. They're getting their floors chopped out from underneath them. Gudenbree continuing to break through here as well. Moneymaker and Clownski ensuring that they can maintain this frontside position on the low ground. But Bepro gets caught in the mix. ADN drops a layer, then realizes there's his full team down below here. He's got to go back up.
Michael, are you kidding me? As now ADN goes up above, but instantly gets taken down. Mr. Savage, Mongrel, Panzer doing it for the fans, looking to close out this last game. They get chopped down. It's now a 3 versus 3 down below. Panzer goes down. Savage, he has 4 med kits. Is it going to be enough?
This is so many medkits though. If you're ever gonna look for a heal off opportunity, all they need is for Mongrel to get a big shot, and Moneymaker taken out of the call. Now it's all up to Savage. He's just gotta stay hidden. Gudenbree, Clownski hoping that they can track down this final player. Unfortunately though, the storm is just too powerful. So much time had been spent inside of that storm that Clownski and Gudenbree will be able to confirm this one, Takata, but at the same time, that might have just been enough for Mongrel and Mr. Savage.
I'm speechless, Taco, because both of these trios, Guden, Clown, Moneymaker, 12th place going into this match. Mongrel, Mr. Savage, Panzer, 14th place going into this match. So just like that, Guden, Clown, Moneymaker secure the VR. They were on top of Mr. Savage and his trio going into this, so that could potentially open up a new spot for that trio to qualify. First of all, congratulations, Guden, Clown, Moneymaker, from NA to EU. Moneymaker showing that he's still got it, qualifying themselves with the VR. But Taco, I want to know what's going to happen with Mr. Savage, Mongrel, and Panzer.
Yeah, I mean, as far as our leaderboard is concerned, Takata, I think that they have either catapulted themselves into the promised land, or we are looking at what could be a heartbreaking defeat, because they really gave it their all in this final lobby. But they're not the only ones. A huge congratulations to Moneymaker's team for finding this final victory of the day. But that's going to do it for us as far as Group 3 is concerned, Takata. Now we got to see what the desk has to say on how everything broke down for the day.
Much Takata and the best Taco for your casting. Can't wait to hear you next weekend for our Major 1 finals. Now, boys, it was so close for Mongrel Savage and Panzer. They really needed to have a strong result. And as Takata hinted, we need to find out if they've made it, but we've got to wait a bit longer. We've got to wait for that consistency leaderboard to be compiled and ready. So while we do that, let's talk about our Victory Royale winners, Gunbri, Clownski, and Moneymaker, aka the newly christened Popular Kid. We have seen these guys grow from strength to strength during today's games, and Mini Miner, it felt like they had full command of the low ground in that endgame.
Yeah, well, they just came off the back of a second place, right, in the previous game before, so they had it in their locker to make it to this sort of stage of the game. I think realistically, they would have been very, very happy about getting here just for that consistency as well. And it was those couple of eliminations there at the end, Levin. I think it was 2 or 3 that they got right there that just gave them all those materials to keep on plowing through this lobby on that low ground. Really unfortunate for Savage, Mongrel, and Panzer. We'll see if they qualify through, but a really well-played game from these guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good to see Gruden, Clown, and Money make it in. I mean, I remember I was talking to my good friend Coach Boot last week, and he was like, my wild prediction for this group, everyone's talking about all the big stack names. I reckon Moneymaker gets a win, and it took them till game 5, but they did it. So he clearly had some sort of foresight I didn't have, because I didn't see it coming. They ramped up the performances throughout the day, right? And they were close to those consistency spots, but to get it done with a win in the final game must be an amazing feeling. I'm sure Moneymaker's on stream somewhere right now singing Popular as we speak. So yeah, no, it'll be a good night for those guys for sure.
Well, if anyone has got the 2 tabs open watching us and watching Moneymaker, please do clip that. I would like to see that reaction. I would love to hear that beautiful voice singing. So let's take a look at the Victory Royales from today. We'll see which 5 trios have booked their spot in the Major 1 finals via a glorious win. And there's some really big names in here, Levin. We were expecting to see these guys going through for the most part.
Absolutely. I mean, of course, in terms of the big names, right, the obvious ones, Malabuka, Ping, Wox, Vico, Veno, Flixi, Seti, Chari, Kami, the names I think most people expected. I was really happy, though, to see Kantri, Finchek, and Upple win that first game, because they are a bit more of an underrated team, but a team that has been performing incredibly well. If you're locked into the EU streets, you've seen their names in leaderboards in recent weeks, so I can't wait to see what they do come Major 1 finals.
Yeah, and that's what this format's all about, isn't it? We're getting to see some of these teams that are definitely performing well throughout the seasons, able to pick up either a victory or showcase their consistency throughout the days. I'm excited to see what they can do in the finals. I'm excited to see what these last chance qualifiers have as well.
And I'm excited to see what our friend Vico has to say, because you saw him take game number 3 with Veno and Flixi earlier, and now you're going to see him talk all about it as he joins us in our own little analyst desk lobby. Vico, first of all, congratulations on qualifying so smoothly through to the Major 1 finals. What have you been up to during the last couple of games?
Not much really, I'll be honest. I was just watching the whole time with Veno and Flixi and Raz, and we were just talking about like some teams, and that's basically all it. Did you hear me? Yeah, okay.
Vico, it's good to have you here. I know you're not feeling too well. You know, I know you're not feeling too well. You're a bit under the weather, but you're still performing, still doing your thing. I will say though, there was that one game where you had the medallion. You know, you went up for the height take. You didn't quite hit the shots you needed to hit. Were you a bit down then after that game, right? Did you feel like you let your team down, and how did you sort of use that energy to bounce back into the next one?
Well, after game 2, I was a bit like mad, but it wasn't like a big mistake, I'd say. Like, no one was really mad about it, because like it's something that happens, you know. But it was definitely a bit sad, because I definitely shouldn't have died there. But I couldn't really see because I had an FOV bug. But I mean, I used that energy that I had, you know. We already knew that we were called because we had 180 points after those 2 games, but we just used that energy, you know. Got a couple of eliminations, and then yeah, we just won that game, you know, took height, second moving or something, and then from then on, no one looked up, so we just decided to clear that lobby.
A lot of people in the EU region would say that you guys are the best team in the region this season. You've been winning so many events, proving that yet again today with some great performances. How do you manage that pressure now going into the Major 1 finals? Does it almost amp up the pressure knowing that you have these expectations on your shoulders?
I wouldn't say there's any pressure, you know, because it's like, it's obvious that we're the best team, you know, who's better than us currently. But also, like, it's an expectation we had set ourselves, you know. I mean, we already knew when we started playing that we're the best team by far. And I mean, after a lot of practice and minor tweaks and stuff, I think there's no pressure really.
It's obvious that a clear part of your game plan is going for that Shogun's medallion, and you basically always get it. But you're not always the player that takes it for the trio. And actually, the Victory Royale you won, Vico, it was on Venno. Do you prefer it when he's taking the medallion, and why would that be?
I definitely prefer it when Venno has it, because it's something that fits his playstyle, you know, like it's an invisible coin, you know, you can do ratty plays, you can do sneaky plays. I'm not that type of player, you know. I just go on vaults, I take those vaults because of my Dream and Ping, and then I just, you know, take out the eliminations, and then, yeah, that's basically it. It just, I don't know, every time I have the coin, it feels like I'm playing at a disadvantage, so it's more fun when Venno has it.
Look, Vico, you already mentioned it. You're the best. You guys are the best team right now. Everyone's looking at you guys as the favorites. Going into the Major 1 finals next weekend, what do you think is the biggest obstacle for you guys? What will be the thing that could potentially stop you guys from winning it all?
Maybe teams from running away from us, but I don't think even if that happens, that'll stop us. So I'd say there's nothing really that can stop us, except game crashes.
And how does that experience that you guys have now? Of course, you have Venno on the team who has so much experience winning FNCS titles. Of course, yourself with Flixie winning there in Major 3 last year. Does that help boost the confidence going into the Major 1 finals?
Of course it does. I mean, you know, you've got one of the best players of all time in our team, and then you have the two current best players in you. So it's like, there's a big confidence boost there, I'd say.
Vico, thank you so much for talking to us. Where can we find you online?
Well, you can find me on Twitch, Vicotrona, Vicotyona, as well as on Twitter, or X now, and at YouTube as well. Everything with the same name, and that's it. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Good branding.
Yeah, great branding. Dankeschön. Thank you so much, Vico. Love to your mum. We'll see you in the Major finals next week.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Go, Vico, go.
Look, I can't see Vico without giving his mum my best. I love her very much. She's normally always gaming when he's competing. She's that chill about the situation. And yeah, I appreciate seeing another woman gaming strong. Now, we have got to find out which of our trios have made it through to the Major 1 finals, not via Victory Royale, but via consistency. So very soon, hopefully, we're actually going to see the list and make things official, because I really do want to know if Mr. Savage's trio made it into that top 5. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like they made the cut. They might have to go through the last chance qualifiers because they missed out by 1 spot. They were 6th. That's got to be devastating, Mini Miner.
Yeah, that is absolutely devastating. I mean, it just shows that final game right there, the heel off wasn't quite there, and I think realistically, Levin, it was all down to those storm fights earlier on into the game. They'll be not too happy with how that went, and of course they spent so long inside of the storm. Storm sickness comes into play. He couldn't stay in the storm there at the end for long enough, so you know, he tried the medkit play as early as he possibly could, and unfortunately for Mr. Savage and co, they're not making it through to the finals this time, but there's still hope for them.
It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking for them and for all the fans, because I think this is a team who, one, is just so important to the region in terms of, you know, so many people support them, so many people want to see them do well, so many people watch them, right, in those big moments in the major finals. For them to not be there would be really, really rough. I think the biggest question now, not just for these guys, but for all of these big name teams like the Trippin and the Thomases and Fredoxy of the world, for some other teams as well, you know, do we stick together for last chance, right? I've been paying attention to some of the other groups where people didn't make it. There's already a lot of people splitting up, looking for trio, looking for people to play last chance with this week. Will Mongrel Savage stick with Panzer, right? Will Thomas leave Fredoxy and Trippin and find someone else? Like, we're gonna see absolute pandemonium potentially this week in terms of trio switch-ups.
Okay then, Levin, I like putting you into this coaching role. If you are Mongrel Savage, Panzer, do you stick together?
That's hard, man. You know what? I think they do. I think they do stick together because they've had some success in open type formats this season, right? Like there's been a lot of opens where they've won, where they've done really well, and Last Chance is going to be the most open of open formats, right? Everyone from every division can play, and then once they, you know, potentially make it to finals, just win one of those 3 games. I can see them doing it. Let's see if they stick together though.
Okay, Mini Man, I'm going to throw another trio at you. Della, Focus, and Refsguard. Do you think they've got what it takes?
I think they do. I think they're a trio that have proved to us today that they can make these end games. They can stay consistent. I know there's a trio out there in iDrop, Sky, and Scroll that'll be very happy that they didn't qualify through, of course, landing at that same drop spot that they do. But yeah, I think for this trio, realistically, whether they'll stick together or not, I don't know. I'm not sure, but I think they are a trio that have what it takes to perform when it comes down to the Last Chance qualifiers. So if they do stick together, I'm sure they'll do very well.
Well, I also have to say, je suis très heureuse parce que le French trio, they have qualified through to the Major 1 finals. Apologies for the bad/broken French there, but we will be seeing them represented in the Major 1 finals next week. That's Mumsy's Solari trio. So congratulations to those guys and to all of our trios who made it through groups 1, 2, and 3. Next weekend's Major 1 finals are going to be absolutely stacked. I can't wait for it. Can you, Levin?
I can't wait. I can't wait. It's going to be exciting. So much is going to unfold in this next week and develop, but we're going to be here to cover it all on the weekend, so can't wait.
Yeah, Mini Miner.
Yeah, I'll be here too. It's going to be great. I can't wait for it. And this is what it's all been building up for, right? It's our first trio major of the year, first trio grand final type event, Major 1 final for a very, very long time. So I'm excited to see how it all unfolds.
Well, thank you to you guys, to the best Taco, to Carter, the production team, and of course you guys for watching the action this weekend. We'll see you next weekend to wrap it up with our first winning trio of the year. But for now, sound that horn. Good night.
forgot, bro. Hey, back in my mind, I kept when I was doing the car, like, please get the girl, just cut the car off. I'm gonna cut the damn game off, bro.
That went in your room. I don't understand why. They said London opened up the door. Concept was in James. And I had to yell at
It's still loud because I'm looking at it.